Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's afternoon. I got it right. Look, finally. I keep starting the stream. But good morning. It's not good morning, though, is it? I suppose it depends what time you're watching the stream, really. But right now, anyway, whatever. What are we doing? What do we do? So on Friday, we were basically trying to work out how we were supposed to sort of get the Crux app of our GUI app, which is split in two parts, where we've got a main core of an app and we've got a GUI, right? We were trying to make it so that the core of the app can tell the GUI side of things what to do. We didn't really know how to do it. So this morning I had a little bit of a fiddle and made some stuff work. It's amazing. Yeah, it actually works. I'm shocked. So yeah, let's have a look at the code. Right. I suppose a quick overview of what it is we're doing. It might be in order for those just joining the stream. We're trying to make a pick and place machine software. Pick and place machine software has essentially got two parts. One, the machine operation side, where you've got like a head on a pick and place machine and it picks stuff up, moves around and puts it down on the circuit board, right? That's one side of things. The other side of things is what exactly are you supposed to be picking up? Like what manufacturer part code is it? What type of component is it? Where does it come from? And all this kind of stuff. Have you got any in stock? And all the rest of it. And there's this planning side of it. And there's this whole processes and all this kind of stuff we're going. So we built a CLI to manage the process and workflow side of things, and the output of which, one of the artifacts from that can be used by a pick and place machine, but we're doing the planning side of things at the moment. Right, so we've got a CLI app for a planner, but we're trying to make a GUI. And about a week or so ago, we were trying a GUI framework called Freya with Deoxys, and that didn't work out too well. And now we're starting to use one called Vizia, but for the application, before we even tried to use the GUI bits, we used the application layer, which is Crux, and then we've got all the sort of the detail, like domain stuff underneath that. So there's like 3 layers of this app. Right, so yes, we're trying to build a GUI bit in Vizia using Crux. Right, so code. Here we go, code. Let's run it so you can see where we're at. Does it run? Yes. Are there some warnings that I need to clear up? Yes. Right. Okay, so this is what we've got. What I'm trying to do at the moment is make a little pop-up window up here, which it does. And then the idea is there's going to be an OK button and a text entry and a file picker or something on here, which allows us then to have the information in order to create the project. Right. That will then send a message to the Crux backend to say create the projects. The Crux backend will then say I've sent a message to say it's trying to use a capability called navigate. That's going to cause another GUI app event to be sent so that it creates a new tab, which then gets added programmatically to the list of tabs at the top somewhere up here. And earlier today I had the tabs bit working, and then I started on this little dialogue thing here. So we'll resume there, and we'll see how much of this we can get actually sort of fitting together, because there's quite a few pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. So you can see there where I closed it, I've got a new tab that says to do at the top. So that's it. That's all the events sort of chaining through and behaving properly. But obviously when I click on this, I get some panic because I haven't got a way of getting this content yet, and that's one of the other things we're going to have to do. But quite a few of the moving parts are there. So create project, displays a window. When the window is closed, you get a new tab, and it creates a document in the background. So we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Right. So on Friday, we had this core of the app. Where is it? Of the GUI app. This app core, and it didn't have anything in there. There was basically a to-do in this navigator bit, and we still have to do something here as well, which I haven't worked that out yet. So I've been dealing with the navigation side of things so that you can pass information to the core, and then the core can tell the UI what to do. So we have one of these in here, and prior to that we didn't have any way of using the event context in order to like emit new application events. So I had a look at the Crux code to see what the difference was between the implementations of different shells, as in GUIs, that use the same application backend. And what it appears to be is that if you've got a Deoxys one, you've got a view which is this, right? So this third argument on the update and this third argument on the process effect is what we're looking at, right? And this is a Deoxys specific thing, so I'm like, fine. And then if we look at another one of these, we've got an update method which takes the core and the event, and then it's got a Leptos specific thing which is also used for processing effects. And then the renderer can call methods on this thing, whatever that thing is, right? And then we've got the U version of it, which also takes a U specific thing, a callback on these methods, and they use them. So I'm like, okay, that seems to be the pattern, right? So now in our app, we've got an update method which takes an event context with which you can do stuff, and that then is also passed to the process effect. So that's our way of sort of interacting with the Vizia UI by having an event context which we can use to send messages. Good, right. So once we work that out, we were then able to write some code here to actually use the event context to emit messages, right? So the idea is that let's see if we can do a scratch thing to try and explain this. New scratch file. Okay, so because this is quite convoluted. This is. Can we have a markdown file? Markdown, yeah, that'll do. Create project flow. So what happens? Okay, let's pull this over here and get rid of the structure, right? And then let's put it on this mode for the moment. Right, make this a bit bigger. Okay, so let's start from the top and go through it just so that we can see how convoluted this system is. Right, so we need a main app, right? Inside our main app, we've got a button somewhere. Let me find it. Toolbar. Here we go, button. So it goes application event. So GUI goes GUI event. Right? Show create project. Okay. So then show create project needs to be handled by app data. Show create project, right? So this then creates a pop-up window. Oh, I suppose it's we handle the events in app data event, right? Right, but it doesn't really create a pop-up window. What actually happens is it creates a pop-up instance and it replaces a thing inside app data which has a lens attached to it. So really it goes updates app data lens for pop-up window. I suppose it does actually technically create the pop-up window instance. Yeah, it doesn't really do much there. Yeah, right. I suppose it does that. I guess it does two things. Then what happens? Right. Right, so it creates the create project. Oh, I've lost the thing now. Oh dear. Okay, let's find the show create project thing again. Maybe it was on my screen, I'm not sure. Yeah, here it is. Right, this bit. So it goes pop-up window replace. Now, in the main application itself, we've got a make pop-up method which takes the context. Right. Let me see if there was another piece to this puzzle. Hold on, I've got to find it. Oh yeah, right, yeah. Yeah. So app starts, and then the tab container builds. Because this is a bit funky as well. After it builds. And then the app data event records, because this is very important, because trying to tie these things together was a bit tricky. Records the entity from the message. Why does it do this? It does it so that later we can use this entity to create a new tab, because this is important. Right. Then the rest of the app starts up. Everything's fine. You click the button. User clicks the button. The button sends the GUI event. Yeah. Okay. Emit event. Right. So show create project. Right. This is handled then by this, which replaces the instance of the pop-up window. Now, how does that work? So the app data itself, right, has a pop-up window, which is an optional enum of pop-up window, of which there is only one kind of pop-up window at the moment. And there is a pop-up window for new project. And because this pop-up window lives inside app data, which has a lens which you can use to get each of these things, it means that you can create a binding on the pop-up window. Using it at pop-up. Right, and it does that in this make pop-up thing. It goes new binding, app data, pop-up window, context, and then when the app data's pop-up window is changed, then this binding gets activated somehow by the lens mechanism, binding mechanisms. I don't currently know how they work, but might dig into those at some point. And then you get a pop-up, where you get a thing that allows you to get the pop-up. So you go get the pop-up, and then if the pop-up is actually some pop-up, then it calls pop-up build, and this is on the enum. This build is on the enum. It passes over the context, right? And then it goes, well, if this kind of pop-up window is the new project pop-up window, then call the implementation of new project pop-ups build method. Right. So pop-up window build gets called. So I suppose it's lens binding / lens for app data pop up window activated somehow. Activated, right? Pop-up window build gets called, and then new project pop-up build gets called. Delegates to build, right? This then builds a pop-up. Great. It also puts an event on it which says when it's closed, do something. Right. User clicks close button. Right. So pop-up closed is emitted. Now then what happens? Pop-up close application event is then handled calls pop-up window, essentially ignoring the fact that it's an option and we've taken it and so on, dot close. Right. This pop-up window close, on close, right, delegates to the implementation of the type of pop-up that it is, which then calls, so it delegates to new project pop-up on close. I suppose we'll keep it like this. Right. What does this do? This then says create a project using the name and the path that is in this instance of new project pop-up, which, after we've talked about all this, we're going to add controls for that update these elements using like text entry boxes to start with, right? So when that's done, it emits a new event, right? Emits to do. User enters name and path. Right. Okay, we're starting to see the wood from the trees. So, application event create project is then handled somewhere. Right. Dearie me. Right, and now finally, wait, no, hold on. Create project, this one. Okay, now finally it actually calls into the main core of the application, because until this point we're just dealing with GUI stuff, right? Just like on a command line, you know, at this point, up until this point, we'd be passing arguments for like name and path, right? But now, once the GUI has a name and a path, or the CLI has a name and a path, they can then call into the back end and say, actually create a project using this name and path, please. Right, so in order to do that, this raises core, let's say core event. Core app event. Yeah, let's do that. called create project. Something like that, right? So now this magically sends the stuff to the core using whatever method there is in Crux in order to do that. Right, so now we're out of the GUI and we're finally into the main core of the application. Right, and that's going to go. So what we're in here now is, oh, helps if you click the right thing. Here we go. So now we're in Planner, App, essentially. Yeah, this is Planner Update, in fact. Handles. Right, and this has got the event handler for create project. Now, then what happens? Right, so the create project is called with the name of the path, and then it calls project new with the name and the path. Well, currently it just goes with the name, and the path is implied. Right, my doorbell's ringing. Someone's going to give me a key. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Right, we're back. Right, where did we get to? Handling events. I suppose I could have left it with the code on the screen, then you could have looked at this while I was gone. Never mind. Anyway, right, back to the code. So we need to improve this create project thing, but at the moment it's just using the path, I think, project name. Yeah, so when it calls project new, it's only using the name at the moment. So at some point we're going to tell it to use a path. Probably what we'll do is pass it a directory, so that path will be a directory rather than an actual file name, and then it'll work out what the file name is supposed to be based on the project name and the directory, but not yet. So it eventually calls project new. Calls project new. Right. So then it stores the resulting model project in the app model, which currently can only store one document, but we need to change it so it can store multiple documents or multiple projects. Right, so it goes model.model project, and it needs to go model.model project set, and then with an ID or whatever, update a hash map of projects. Right, but it doesn't do that yet. Then it does an internal event to save itself, which we'll just ignore for the moment. And then it creates a new event, emits core app, let's say created project, oh dear, project with an OK. Right. When that happens, it then recursively calls itself, which you can see indicated by this little thingy. And it handles this thing. Right, how does this work? So created project then says created project OK, and it goes default render no, and then it gets the path from the model project, and it creates a path based on the model. Now this is going to be a little bit funky in the future because the created project needs to probably have like an identifier or something in there. At the moment we don't give it anything, so it doesn't know which project is created if we were to make it handle more than one project. So we're going to have to deal with that. Right, and then it uses navigate capability to tell the GUI to load the project. Jeez. Right. There's a lot of stuff that's happening when you click that button, right? Does anyone else think this is madness, or is it just me? Right, moving on. Right, so created projects. So we've got capabilities to navigate. Now, then what happens? So planner update calls this navigate capability, right? It calls into the core app using the update method via core update. Right? This core update thing produces essentially a list of effects that you need to apply because of that update, as I understand it. Let's see if my understanding is right. Right, so app call, you call update, and then you basically get a bunch of effects when you process the event. So process event gives you a bunch of effects, and then you have to process each of those effects, right? So we want to navigate. So the effect that the creating project has should be that the app navigates to the newly created project. Right, so how does a GUI app navigate to a newly created project? In our world, we're going to be creating a new tab and then displaying some information about the project that we just created. Right, so we go, if the effect is a navigator request, then match on the operation, which was navigate, which is the only operation for navigate capability. And then the navigate has a path. All right, now currently, we're ignoring this path, but I'm going to fix this up at some point. Fix me, or rather to do, use the path. Currently, I'm just saying open up this file. It's fine. And we're saying, using the context that was passed into us when we called this passes event context, Vizia event context. Using that event context, we then emit an application event called open project with the path. Right. So then core, I guess this was core service processes effects. Handles navigate effect, raises with the path. Right. So in this app, in this thing here, we're going to need to. No, we have the path there. So the path is going to be on the path, and we need to somehow extract it to it in order to get the path and load it up. Right. Core service update processes effects. Right. So it does this. Now something then needs to handle this, right? So in our GUI app, we've got app data event handles open project, right? This then creates a new tab right, and then this is where it gets a little bit funky, because the tab container doesn't know anything about like project tabs or anything like that. It just knows about tabs. So we have to create a new tab kind here, which is okay because the main knows about all the different documents types that it can open, like projects or home tabs, and it's already got the dependencies there, so that's fine. So it then uses the event context for the app data and it emits too, but instead of just going emit, because if it just goes emit, what happens is nothing other than itself processes this event. But we want something else to process this event, like a child thing that we created, as in the tabbed document container. We want that to handle this event, not ourselves as app data event, right? But in order to get that entity, we have to go back to ourselves and reminding ourselves that when the application started up, it recorded the entity in itself, right? So this tab container entity now actually contains an entity because of that event that was created and handled here. So it basically just, when that event was emitted, the app data stored that entity ID. So now we can use that entity ID and go emit to the entity of the tab container and say add tab. So we go emit with the new tab. Thus. So it adds a tab. Right, this then needs to be handled by something, but it's not handled by the main app data because it shouldn't. It should be handled by the tab document containers event handling mechanisms. So, inside tab document container, there's an event method, and it handles the add tab. And then it takes the event with the tab in it, because no one else is going to process this event, it's meant for this. Right? And then it adds that tab, well, I suppose this can be tab. It adds that tab to the list of tabs. Yay! Right, but then what happens? Adds tab to self tabs. Right. Now, this tab document container has got a lens on it. Right? And then somewhere where we created this, here we go. We passed in the tabs to the tab view, which then knows to create new tabs based on the contents of that lens. So I suppose let's just finalize that. Tab view uses, let's see, tab view uses lens list of tabs updated. Right. That's what happens. Oh dear. Let's run it. Here we go. So now, when we look through the events that are created, it should make a little bit more sense. So I click create project, a window appears, I close the window, and then a tab appears, and I click the tab, and then it obviously is broken because we haven't done that bit yet. But you get the idea. So there were some events here, look, so we can see some of this, not all of it. We got the pop-up closed. Well, before that, let's see. I don't have any info messages about creating the pop-up at this point, but we got a message for the pop-up closed. We've got an event for creating project. We created a project, created a job, created a project successfully, event was handled. Then we've got a navigate request effect with project load, and then nothing because we haven't put the ID in there. We haven't done it yet. And then the planned GUI goes open project, and then it goes add tab. Amazing. Yeah. What do I say at the end of every one of these streams? Just remember, folks, how hard can it be? It's only software. Oh dear. Yeah. Okay. Let's make a note of that. How do we move this file? What do we do? What can we do with these? I mean, I've got this. I kind of feel like I want to save this thing. Right. How about we cut it from here? Then perhaps we paste it somewhere. Plan a GUI. Let's just say docs. Developer. And let's paste it in here for a moment. And then let's rename it to something like event handling. They may be out of date. Something like that. You know, so we've got this and we can just refer back to it and maybe update it and so on. Right. So, the next thing we've got to do is fix up like the UI for this this pop-up thing. All right, let's just refresh your memory on that. And where it keeps opening off screen is really annoying as well. At some point we're going to have to make it record the window positions of where the window last was, so it opens up in the same place every time. But before we do that, let's say hi to Wally. If you've not seen my Wally mug before, here he is. And no, I'm not sponsored by Disney. Can you imagine? So on this thing, we basically need to have a name and then some way of picking a directory. Let's try doing that. Right, let's try doing that. So we don't need tab document container, we don't need loads of things. And obviously there's no tests for any of this code at the moment, and I'm really disliking the fact that there are no tests, but until I know my way around this, I don't know what I even want to test, let alone how to test it. So we're sort of, you know, prototyping it at the moment, but this prototype is likely going to turn into production code. So we don't want to make it too messy. Right. What are we doing? Pop-up windows. That's what we're trying to do. So, let's bring up this structure. New project pop-up. So, we've got this build thing, and this basically is where we want to put some stuff. And this is just copy and pasted from one of the examples at the moment in Vizia. It's copied and pasted from the... not that one. This one. It's copied and pasted from this one, which is the pop-up window example. Now, there is something else we need to do, which is very important, which is this is modal flag here. We need to set a true there. Yeah. Because what we don't want is some weird situation where we've got two windows open that are both trying to display one non-modal dialogue, because that would be very confusing if we did that. So we're going to make it a modal dialog so the user can't do anything else while they're filling in that window, the contents of that window's form. Right, so we need to refer ourselves to the Vizia gallery thingy, widget gallery. Let's have a look. Well, actually, I suppose there's a text box one. Let's have a look at this. I am finding the vast array of different examples very useful. Here we go. So, some name. Right. Oh, that's good. They've got that. So we want one of these first ones. Which looks like one of these. So let's just use that for now. Kaplop. Right, and then interestingly, when you change it, it goes set editable text with the text. Let's have a look at this. Right. Yeah, alright. Okay, so I can see where this is going. So we basically need a new project pop-up event. Not event, enum. Okay. Set name. Set name is probably fine. And it works like that, right. And then we're going to need this kind of event handlery thing. And this thing needs to have lens on it, right? Do we have lens on this? No. So we need this to be a lens. This is supposed to be like this. Let's just deal with set name to start with. And this needs to be the event. I missed the event off there. Right. So we're going to say we're going to emit one of these. I'm just going to use the same format of these. You know, the structures with names in it. Because I'm not a big fan of like the structs like this, where they've got one thing in it, because then you have to go .0 everywhere, and you're like, what the hell is .0, right? It's like a single tuple, which doesn't even make any kind of sense. Right. So we're going to do that. So now what we need is some event handler. And we've got two implementations here, so we don't need both of these, so we can get rid of one of those. So let's go pub fun on event. And we're going to take a self and a event context, because that's what you have. I don't know whether it's mutable. Probably is. And these work by going like this. Oh yeah, but we need the event as well, right? Right. And then it's basically we grab this. We go map on the event. But it's not an application event, it's a new project pop-up event. Right, and if you've got one of those, then you go set self.name is text.cloner probably. Text Right. But now nothing is calling this thing yet, so we need to make that happen. How does that happen? Will it happen by default because we've derived lens on it? Or do we need to implement a view on it? Or do we need to delegate to it? I don't know. It's not a view, so we probably need to delegate to it. Pop-up window. How would this... How do we delegate to that? Who's going to get the event? I suppose... we could raise an application event with a pop-up event, right, which contains the other event, but I'm not sure whether that's a wise idea. But I certainly don't want the application to be handling all the events for the pop-ups. It can delegate to it, but it would have to know about all of the different types of events, and I don't want it to know about all the different types of events. I suppose technically we can go let's try delegating to the pop-up if there is a pop-up. That actually seems fairly reasonable. If let some pop-up is self dot pop-up window, right? Then we go pop-up dot on event with the event context and the event. That might work. Oh well, probably one of these. Yes. Okay. So this doesn't exist yet. So let's fix that. That'll probably work. So we want the same syntax as this, same signature as this, rather, and we just delegate to it, right? Match self. Bop, bop. And then we go on event, and we pass it the eckies and the eventies. Okay, we delegate to it. Fine, everything's fine. Let's put some commas in. Yeah. Right. So that would then allow the name to be updated when the pop-up windows placeholder, and we need to use like to do. Let's just put to do there because we need to use the I18N stuff to get like some placeholder, and I can't remember what we're supposed to do in there. Let's do that later. What happens if you don't specify a position? And honestly, I don't care about setting the inner size. I just care about it fitting. I don't really care about any of this either. But let's just see what it looks like. See if it compiles. No. Yeah, we don't have editable text. It's name, but it's not updated name. What is this? This is going to be self name. Right. But we've got a mutable self. Maybe we can do that? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So we've got our window. When we press create project, it dies. Well, that didn't go as planned, did it? Fail to get data from context of a lens. New project pop-up name. Is it because new project pop-up isn't a lens? No, it wouldn't compile if it wasn't. Yeah, because it doesn't know which one it is, does it? Is this where you need to create like a binding or something? Because the lens is not going to work because although there is a lens for it, it doesn't have any way of getting to that data, I believe. Something like that. So it's dying when it does this. Fairly sure it's dying around here somewhere. But yeah, text box, yeah. Yeah. So how can we make this? So because I don't really want to like have a app data window pop up and then have a thing that maps to like the new project pop-ups thingy, because I don't want new project pop-up to know anything about app data, right? So doing that would be weird and wrong. But I guess here we could pass in a lens, right, and then use that lens here. Now, the tab view dialog does something similar to that. Well, I suppose we can look at the text thing, because this will take a lens, right? So we should be able to look at the method signature for what a lens looks like. So this new thing, it takes a lens of type L. And it says the lens needs to have a target, which is data clone and toString localized and from str. Okay, let's look at the tab view example, and this says there's a lens here, right? And this says the lens needs to be something that can be dereferenced to give you a target of type T. Yeah. So I feel it's more like the text box one that we want. We want something like this. because whatever we pass to the text box needs to have this same requirements, right? I'm not sure how this is going to work. So if we pass this lens here, I mean, what will we do then? Self pop-up, or just self? I mean, how do you do a lens on self? Well, maybe maybe we go. No, we can't. How do we do that? We need to pass the lens through. But all we've got is an enum. This. I mean, we could. Can we? I don't know. I don't know whether we can use lens on an enum. I don't think you can. Maybe it needs to be a view. I'm just looking for implementations of things that derive lens that might be an enum. But I don't think I'm going to find one. They're all structs because the whole point is that you need something in the structure to reference, and it's the macro that creates the other methods based on the name of the properties in the structure. So yeah, let's stop looking for that because that's a silly idea. So because you know what I was thinking of doing was like, you know, where you create a pop-up, which is here. At this point you could pass something to it, but I don't know what. Maybe we don't need to do that. Let's maybe we need to learn about these binding things. A view with the binding which rebuilds its contents when the observed data changes. see, I need a lens to pass to it. But that isn't what I want, really. Maybe we use this. Am I in the right project? No. Maybe somewhere down here where we create this project, right? Let's see what we can do. We can go let lens is and then something. We can go app data, pop up window, right? Which is the lens, right? And we can go map and go foo and bar. Right. I don't think we get bar in here. But it's one of these. But why does it think it's one of these? Let's see what it says for map. It doesn't say anything for map. Yeah. There's map ref. Then perhaps we can go if let sum pop up equals foo, and then we've got a pop up. So I suppose we can go pop up dot and then something. What could we have in here? I mean, we can go match pop-up, but I don't think we should be doing that in here. We should be delegating to the pop-up to do something. But and this map thing is supposed to return a map. What about if we went let's just try pop up dot something, and this is supposed to return a map. But what if there's nothing here? What's this lens even supposed to return? How do I... Yeah, no. There's too many questions. Too many unanswered questions. Don't know all the signatures. It's all going pear-shaped. how else did we use these maps before? And this is supposed to return whatever the lens is supposed to return. But we don't know what it's supposed to return because we're trying to delegate it to the thing that needs to deal with the lens. So, you know, it doesn't feel like we can pass like this lens into here because we don't know the types of this thing here, this question mark, we don't know it. And we don't know what to do if there is no pop-up window for this lens either. I mean, it could be an optional of something. I suppose when you're creating this particular lens, you know what it is that you need. I don't know. Getting a bit stumped here now. Who knows? What could it be? What could we do? So let's remind ourselves of what it is that we're trying to solve before. Right, we're trying to create a text box with a lens to self-name, so that if this data changes or when this is created, it can use this name to use this lens to get the name out of an instance of this. Do we need? Wait, hold on. Do we need a lens? Can we not just go whatever here? Because when maybe we don't need a lens. Maybe that's the answer. No, where was that lens rubbish that I was trying to create? This. Let's just delete that. Maybe we don't need a lens. Does it compile? Yeah. So it does indeed seem to need a lens. Well, what do we do here then? We need a lens from somewhere. How do we get a lens? Why does this give us a wrapper? It probably makes sense. Right, compartments, but we know it doesn't work. How can we delegate to it? Right, because this is the lens, we've got this. So from one lens you can derive another lens or a binding and all this kind of stuff, right? But you have to chain it and you have to start from somewhere. Why do you have to start from somewhere? Like, oh, so apparently you can derive a lens from an enum. Okay, let's try that then. Let's see what happens if we derive lens on this pop-up window thing. Unexpected literal. See, no, apparently you can't derive it on a macro on this. Could not find new project in that. Unexpected. Yeah. Valid variant has exactly one unnamed field. Okay. So this is a variant and it's got one unnamed field. So I mean that looks right, but right, it's not generic, so that's okay. Unsuffixed literal. Found colon. Yeah, we don't really know how far it's getting through here, do we? Oh, we're getting stuck. Damn it. Can we not do it like that and do it some other way? I mean, what kind of, but what do we specify here? If we were to pass in a lens here, like what would we specify? I guess it would be a lens to the new project pop-up, but because the lens is specific to a field on a struct, but we want to pass in the struct essentially. Yeah, it just doesn't seem right. So I can't create a lens and I can't pass in a lens because I don't know the type. What else can we do? I mean, this build method is where we need to pass in a lens, but I don't know what kind of lens I want until I'm inside the build method, so I don't want to pass it in. Can we create a lens dynamically here? From the context? Or something? Don't know what you're supposed to do, really. I mean, that's what I want, but it don't work. What can we do? Can we pass in the lens to this? Right. Then we've got this. I mean, really? Is that what it is? Let's just see. Can we go lens dot then or map? Let's try doing that. Foo. Oh, we might be able to look. But we don't want that. We want then. I think. Name lens. Maybe we can do this. Well. I know, it's a bit of a mystery this, isn't it? Builders have got grinders out today. close that up. Well, right, we've got option pop-up window and we've got new expected enum. Where's it expecting enum there? Hold on. Maybe we go... Maybe there shouldn't be a lens on here. Let's try doing the map. Foo. What is foo? What do we do if it doesn't match? Let's just do an unreachable thing. Match foo. Self. Well, is it pop-up window? Bar dot name. Is that what we're supposed to do? Cannot move. Ref, maybe. Oh no, match. Reference to it. Bar.name. Clone it, maybe? No comma? Why is it moaning? Oh. Underscore. Right. Let's see if that compiles. Not quite. Expected option. Right, so this is going to be one of these. Alright. Well, it compiled. Oh my god, I think that might have worked. Let's initialize this bar name with something. Because at the moment we're doing this, right? So let's just comment this out for a moment. And instead of doing that, go and then add the missing fields. Let's call it test for now, right? Right. So the idea is when I click create project, it's going to show me a window and it's going to have test in it. It does. And if I delete that, we see... Oh, that was weird. Every time I press a key, it recreates the entire window. That's not good at all. That's so broken. You guys can't see what's going on my screen. Every time I press a letter, it closes the window and then creates a new one. And this is probably because there's a binding on the... yeah. There's a binding on the enum. And it is the contents of the enum that is changing. But that looks like it's having an unintended effect from what we actually wanted to do. So where we've got this make pop-up, we say we've got a binding on pop-up window. But when anything in the pop-up window changes, it recreates the entire pop-up window. That's not what we want. And these bindings have this data thing, and this data thing implements like a comparable thing, right? Well. And what are you supposed to do with this particular point? So we're going to show a pop-up window of a kind, and then the details of the specific pop-up window can have to live in some other thing that's not a binding. Is that what we're saying? This pop-up window thing is this. And this needs to implement this data thing. And if you don't implement that, it says you need to implement this comparable thing. And if you're trying to implement data yourself, then who knows? It's probably a bad idea. Let's say self dot is, because this is is it an option? No. You can't really do it, can you? Because you don't have the option. Because if our self was an option, then we could implement this to say, you know, if it's none, then display the thing. Otherwise, don't do anything. Let's say, and I really hate doing this, right? Let's say pub struct pop-up window state enabled boolean kind pop-up window, and we go we do that. And we implement lens for it as well. Right. Then the idea, instead of doing app data pop-up window, and this currently is hold on, this is an optional one of these at the moment. So I suppose we can have option here. And I know it doesn't make sense to be able to set this to true while this is set to none. Internal consistency fail, but let's just go with it for now to see if we can get all the bindings right. until we learn how to properly do this. So if we go application data, pop-up window, then pop-up window enabled or something. So when the enabled or disabled changes, that's what causes the thing to be redisplayed, not any change to the data inside the kind. I think that's what we're sort of saying. Pop-up window state kind. That. Right. Perhaps that. Oh gosh. Do we need to map? Oh no, just no. The problem is this pop-up now isn't an optional thing, it's this Boolean flag. So we need to redo this. Let's comment this out for the moment. So we need to go if popup.get, which is the Boolean, and we need to pass it the context. Then but now we can't access the other thing that we need. So it's not going to be a then. It has to be a map. How do you do? Like, can you map in here? What is this? Maybe. Let's say, let's call this pop-up state here to be slightly less confusing. I don't know what we're supposed to return here. I don't really need to go if either. That's probably got something to do with it. So then we've got this pop-up state, which is an optional thing. Wait, what is this? This doesn't need to be an option anymore. Pop-up. Wait, pop-up. This needs to be pop-up window state. Right. Now we've got a pop-up window state. If this is enabled, then go pop-up state if let some kind pop-up state dot kind pop-up kind. Finally we can go pop-up kind dot build, and I don't know, I still don't know, I'm getting lost with what I'm even trying to do at this point. Something like that, maybe. So now here we've got a lens to a then and a whatever, right? And foo is an optional one of these. And if it's a new project, then yeah, does that compile? No. It doesn't compile because pop-up window doesn't have data. Is that because we took it off? We don't have replace on this. Yeah, so where we turn it on, we need to go something like self.popupwindow.enabled is true, which will cause the bindings to make the window redraw itself. But before we do that, we need to replace the kind of pop-up window with the pop-up itself. Yeah, right. And then there's a take somewhere. This. So we have to go something like pop-up. Self.popupwindow.enabled is false, and take the kind. Something like that. No method for as yes, this probably needs to be kind dot. Maybe. Yeah, that's the option, isn't it? Yeah. And then this needs to be pop-up window default. And then pop-up window needs to implement, no, pop-up window state default. And this needs to implement default, which it can, because it's a Boolean and an option. Then you've got this problem, which is because it needs a reference to it. We can't borrow the context as mutable because probably it needs to be moved. And then we got this issue, and I don't know how to resolve this. Why do we need a context to build? We need a context to build because we do. And then you get cannot borrow star CX as mutable. Should this pop-up window thing be a view? That's the question I'm asking at this point. FN closures cannot mutate their capture variables. Which is the FN closure? Is this the FN closure? Should it be a map ref? I don't know. I mean, like, this is an option, but I don't know. Not sure what the difference is between map and map ref, really. It returns a reference to, this returns an O and this one returns a reference to O. Don't really know, some better documentation would be good here. And then what's it moaning about? Mismatched types. What is this even supposed to do? And then what are we even supposed to be doing here? I mean, it doesn't even make sense to do this. All we're trying to do is call a method on it by passing the lens in. We don't want to. Do we want to do this? What do we want to do? What is this map ref supposed to be doing? And then if it's not enabled, what are we supposed to be doing? Right, because before we were going, if let some pop-up equals pop-up get. We've got this. Let me just comment that out because clearly it's wrong. We've got this pop-up state dot can we go get with a context on this? And then this is the lens. Oh no, wait, are we supposed to be doing? No. I honestly don't know what we're supposed to be doing here, but the problem is when we did that, we just get this state thing, right? Which is just a boolean. But have we got self here at this point? Make pop-up. We don't have any access to the app data pop-up window, which is what we need. Should we be doing a map here and then some other stuff in here? Let's have a think about that. This is no good, but maybe we can do a map here which takes foo. Right. And if we go foo dot don't know. This is then apparently a Boolean still, but that's no good. Maybe we can do that. So if this changes, then you get something out of it, and then you pass the kind into this thing. That might work. That might work. And then we can put this back. Yeah. That was all wrong, that was. Cannot move. Well, we just move it then. Pop up state. And then what do we do here? Then is that what we want? It says cannot move. That's a reference to it? Okay. What happens now? So we need data on probably this has got it. This has got it. But what about this? This has got it. What's the problem? Can we go as ref? No. What can we do here? Well, I mean, what can we do? I mean, it says cannot move, right? Option pop-up window. We don't really want to implement copy on pop-up window. I mean, maybe we do. It really doesn't feel like we should do, though. No. I don't want to be cloning my pop-up window everywhere. It's just that would be silly. But I can't take it out of that. All I can do is pass a reference back to this. Then it says this thing is not right. Oh, why is this such a pain? So we're returning an optional of thing, but this doesn't have. Why isn't binding data implemented for a reference to an option of a whatever? Or even optional reference to something? Let's clone it. I don't like cloning it. I'm not sure what's going to happen now. Well, okay. Who thinks, I mean, I'm glad it compiled. Who thinks that when I type in here, the window's going to disappear? Everybody ready? Oh dear. So we didn't fix anything. What if we separate the two things entirely? I don't know, let's do a fail. Let's do a fail. Fail. Typing causes window. Typing in pop-up causes window to be recreated. Okay, so we've got this app data, right? And currently it's got a pop-up window state. You know what's coming next, don't you? You can guess. Rather than having, like, you know, a useful structure with things in it that you can do stuff with, I guess we're going to have to do this rubbish, which I'm sure maybe there's probably a better way around doing this, but we're going to have to do this. And no, I don't like it, but I also want to make some progress, and then maybe if someone tells us how to do this properly, we can come back and fix it. Fix me want to just have what we had originally, which was pop-up window option pop-up window. That's what we actually want. But what we've got to do is this. But even so, this probably still isn't going to work because we've probably got no lens to this or something. I don't know. Right. So we're going to do this kind of thing. Which nobody likes. Least of all me. This is going to be none. Dealing with the errors. See, I still don't know how to pass the lens to it, but we're going to go pop-up window kind. I'm going to delete all this. And if there is a pop-up window, then we're going to go app data, pop-up window kind. No, this needs to be on the enabled. This needs to be on the kind. Right. Yeah, whatever. Let's just make this bool and have it have the IDE prompt us. Mismatch types, it's fine. I know. Don't worry about these signatures for the moment. Oh, hold on. That needs to be that. It's not found. What? Oh, because we need to go, but we don't have self anymore. It's just, I don't understand how you're supposed to get access to the app data when you don't have the app data. Because here I need to go app data pop-up window kind. How am I supposed to get, when this Boolean flag changes, how am I supposed to get the other thing out of the app data that I put in there? Out of it. What allows us to get app data out of it? An event handler. How about we go some new event? Build, make, build, pop up. Right. Maybe we can do this. I don't know. Right, now we need to handle this internal event thing. And then in here we can go self dot pop-up window kind dot and then whatever we had before. Build. We don't have a context, we've only got an event context, but we need a context. Look, we've got an event context. So how am I supposed to call the build method with a context? Can we get the context from it? As context? What does this do? I don't know. Right, obviously this is wrong. Let's get rid of this for the moment. Let's get rid of this for the moment. And we'll have the ID help us to put it back in. Oh. Right. Now this has got the right wrapper thing on it. I don't know where this comes from. I don't know. Well, no, you see. That needs to be one of those. So this gives us back the wrong type. Right, so how do we get a context from here? CX. How do we get a context from the event context? The only thing we've got is the event context. So what can we do with it? As context isn't the right one. We've got a context proxy. What does this get proxy do? What is a content proxy? No, definitely not what we want. No idea. No idea. I can't build the pop-up. I can't get the application data. Getting a bit frustrated with this now. Talk about going round and round in circles. So this internal event's probably a load of garbage. So let's not do that. We do actually have a mutable. Okay, wait a second. Hold on. Can we do something stupid like pass the context over? Yeah, right. And now we get 1,000. A 1,000 things. We're just going round and round in circles here. And we just get millions of these. I have no idea which is the sort of trigger to that, but putting references in an event is apparently not a good idea. Kind of curious to see what other types of events may have references. I don't think any of them do. No. Oh, wait. No, I don't think you're supposed to use references in these events. I don't think you can anyway, because events sort of go all over the place and you're supposed to send them, but the lifetimes of things is probably not really sort of what you want. So that's probably a no-go. So sending, yeah, so this is probably garbage then. And we still need to somehow call app data dot pop-up window kind dot build with the context. And still need to have some lens of something. I don't really know what these are. Why is it moaning about the lifetime context? Explicit lifetime required in the context. Oh. You know, but nothing. It will compile, but nothing's going to work right now. How do we fix this? How do we do it? I've still got no idea. Let foo equals app data pop-up window kind. I mean, what if you create a new binding on this? I'm running out of straws now to do anything with. I don't know what putting a binding in a binding is going to do, but we're going to find out the hard way, because there's no easy way. But here we've got a kind, and we can go get on it. And we can call it with a context. But you know, it's just like, what am I supposed to do here? It's probably nonsense, but it compiles, it runs, but we haven't fixed anything. Every time I press a letter, it still just redraws the entire thing. Because this is changing, and therefore it rebuilds it every time. And it basically creates a new pop-up window every time. But that's not what we want it to do. Should the creation of the window be moved out of the build method? Let's try that. So we've got this, we've got the context here, right? This is where we create the window. Let's just say that's where we create the window. Right. And then inside the window, we create a new binding which updates the contents of the window. I mean, maybe. Let's take this out of here. And then let's see if we can take this out of here. Handle to a window. It's not going to return a handle to a window. Is it just going to be a entity here? Or element? I don't want this to be in here. This is stupid. All this stuff needs to be in the pop-up window kinds implementation. I mean, do we have... How do you get access to the handle of the thing that you're inside? CX dot... Is it like current? Oh, current, look. You get an entity. Let's... Let's take them. Because we've not built the thing yet. Because I need to do this on something. Which probably isn't right. Yeah, exactly. Because I need a handle to a window, not an element. Okay, fine. So first perhaps we build it and then we do some other stuff. Let's go let handle is this. And then go... Oh, it's so stupid. I need the window so that I can give it to the kind. It's so stupid. How am I going to call... I don't know which method that's going to be able to set the title if I'm doing this out here. Yes, I know I can set the window title from inside the window, but I want to set the window title to be correct before I create the window, right? It's just madness. Handle, which is a window handle, you see. Just fix me. The kind should do this. Fix me when kind. Right. What's it supposed to do here? Are we supposed to be returning an element here? What's the compile error? VStack. Or is it a handle? I don't know. A handle of some kind that I don't care about, really. I don't care what it is. Is it a view? No. Let's see what it tells us when we do this. But I don't care that it's a VStack. I don't care what the implementation actually builds. This on closed is also misplaced now. Just make it not return anything. It loses focus every time I press a button. It's not rebuilding the window every time. But it doesn't really work very well, does it? No. I think we need the assistance of the author of Vizia once again. We're going nowhere here. Fail. Type in the pop-up causes window to causes editor to lose focus. Plus also the code is rubbish. With every step you take, you just add a new fix me. Should this be a view? I mean, this was the other thing that we came up with. Should this be a view? Let's try transition it to a view and see what happens. So we've got this. I don't know. How do we even transition it to a view? We've got a pop-up window. What happens if you go import view for pop-up window? Because inside here you can process events, right? And then this code down here is the stuff that probably needs to be in that new method. But I've got no idea really. But maybe not all of this. Maybe all this bit. Let's go pop-up window new and pass it the context. don't know. But I don't know which pop-up window type to create. Or do I? Maybe we do. Because we are here at this point we've got, well, no, because no. Oh God. Let's rename this to kind here. And do that. And let's make new. Take a kind. This is probably just wrong. We know it needs to create a pop-up window. There's some stuff to do with binding that I don't care about. This needs to happen. So somewhere here we need to go kind dot build with a context. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know what we're doing even here now. Again here, you know, we don't know what the kind is. So I suppose we go app data, pop-up window, kind. Suppose. Maybe we just take it at this point? You can't do that there. So I can pass it a lens to the kind. Right. And then I suppose we go kind dot get with a context. If let some kind is this. Oh, not bind, build. Why am I looking at that? Where's it? Where's this defined? Why? So this is a pop-up window. Why is this a pop-up window? Maybe it's... Oh, I see. This is supposed to be pop-up. And this is supposed to be pop-up. Kind of build. Yeah, pop-up window kind, and then in here there's an implementation for this, which has a build method on it, right? Oh God. Pop-up window doesn't satisfy clone. Fine, we can do that. Which is probably completely wrong because we don't want to be copying the thing all the time. Anyway, I don't understand why. Oh, I have to. Why? Build exists on new. Yeah. Look, there's a build method on this that takes the context. Look, here it is. No, not that one. This one. Pop-up window. Oh, this is pop-up window kind now. We changed it. That's why. Okay, fine. And then it needs something else. But I haven't even built the thing yet, so how? Like, what am I even supposed to pass over here? I was trying to be passing a lens to this so that I can get the text for the lens. I don't even want this. It's all rubbish. But I don't even want the name lens. I want, like, a thing that allows me to get the lens. Jesus Christ. Garbage. It's garbage. Don't know what I'm supposed to do. This is very frustrating. I don't even know if having a view it makes any sense, because most views seem to want something else. Let's just disable this bit for now, because we know that it doesn't work. I don't know what I'm supposed to return as part of a new method on here. This gives us a pop-up window. Do we have a kind on here? No. It's already the kind. Why is this an option pop-up window? This isn't even used. No idea. Don't know what we're supposed to do here. Can't get a wrapper. No idea what to do. No idea what to do. Just for fuck's sake. Somehow we need a lens to get the name property for the text box. Clearly this isn't it. Comment that out. Go back. Fix me. Kind. Fix some of the other errors now that it's a view. Let's see what happens. So I'm not expecting much to happen, but we've got a window. Right. Let's see if we can run it, create the window twice. Create project, it creates a window, close. Create project, creates a window, close. Right. So now that it's a view, can we do anything useful? We can handle events, we can access self, and maybe that might work. Okay, so let's it's just too much. It's too much. It's all too much. Right, so we've got this. Right, but when I'm... I can put a lens on this, right? Right, but this, I mean, this is what we did originally. Which, of course, doesn't do anything. Because we're not actually even calling this method yet. Because we don't know how to call this method yet. Because in the view thing... Oh, I'm getting phone calls now. Bear with me. Let's put this on Do Not Disturb. There we go. Right. We're not calling this build thing. We don't know how to call this build thing, right? I just put my phone on Do Not Disturb and it's ringing again. No. Off. Jesus Christ. How do you... Does anybody know how to make phones not ring? I thought Do Not Disturb did that. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I don't even know how to turn my phone off. Normally you press and hold like the buttons on the side. I'm not having a good day with this today. How can you make it not ring? I mean, what's the point of Do Not Disturb if it still rings? I don't know. Right. What was I doing? We've got this new thing. And we're giving it a pop-up window kind. We're giving it a lens to this. I don't know why we're doing this, but I suppose it makes sense, right? So we can do this, or can we? Yes. And then, does that mean we can go pop-up dot build with a context? Now, what build is this? This is actually the one that we want to call. This is somewhat useful. But it crashes it when you click it. Probably because of the same reason we had originally that caused us to have to futz around, like trying to pass lenses around. Probably my understanding of when to pass lenses around and all this is utterly wrong. Yeah, failed to get data from context because it doesn't know what it's supposed to do. So here we can't do that, but how are we supposed to do anything useful? What am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do? All I've got is a context. I don't have any lenses. I can't give it a lens. Only it knows what it could possibly do. I can create an event, and the event has access to a mutable self and an event context when it's inside a view. We know that we can't pass references with events. We know that we can go on build and send a message. Pop-up window event build. Right, so let's not even try doing that because it's just a fail. Right, let's go event, pop-up window event, no, not event, enum, build, nothing. And then inside here we've got a mutable self and a context. Well, inside here we do. Now we've got... Can we go self.build here? Right. No, because I'm going to go self.kind.build. This is an event context. Yeah, so we don't have the context again. Arrgh! You can't do anything. How am I supposed to do this? The fuck. This is pretty crazy. I'm getting very annoyed with this now. I don't know how I'm supposed to do the things. I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. It's completely useless being a view. It doesn't need to be a view. It can't do anything that it needs to do. Maybe it can handle events and so on itself, but no. None of this code is in the right place. It's all garbage. It's all garbage. We can't do anything useful. All I want to do is get the name to appear in a text box in a pop-up window so that when I edit it, it edits. Right. We're looking for this. Right. Lenses and data binding. Right, because the context, but the problem is this count thing. It's not supposed to live in the application data. All right, give me a moment. Ends. But how do you create counter new takes a lens, right? Pop-up window new takes a lens to the kind, right? So this counter new takes a lens where the lens target is whatever. Let's just try this. Let's try this. Right. Where the lens gives us this, right? But instead of it being an I-32, it gives us a pop-up window kind. Right? But isn't that the same as it was before? Not really. We've got an option. Lens target is a optional one of these then? Right, obviously this isn't going to make any difference whatsoever, yeah. We've just changed the type signature, it's fine. So we call build. Can we store the lens instead of using it originally? No, because we still don't have the context and we're still actually trying to build it. So in the pop-up window we could store the lens. Is this right? Create a pop-up window, and then inside that we need to do something if something happens to the pop-up window kind. But we still don't have this, do we go do we do this? We don't even have a pop-up here. What the hell are we supposed to do here? We don't even have a self yet. Nothing ever creates this. I just don't know. We have to call a build method on some kind, but we don't know that we've even got a window yet. Oh my god, this is just such a mess. What are we supposed to do here? What are we supposed to do? This is called from here, right? If the window is enabled, then we display it. And we pass it a lens to the kind. But should we even be doing this? Right? I don't know. I just don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Don't know. I need to pass something over to this build so that it doesn't do this. I need to go something like lens.then and then that. Right? But I don't have a lens. So I need a lens, you know, whatever. Right? But I don't have a lens, so I need a lens. And I don't know what the type of it is. And then when I call this, I need to pass something in here, but I'm already using the lens here. So how can I pass it over? Let's not do the get there. Let's try moving that get bit somewhere else. But now we don't have the pop-up. Because the pop-up, you get the pop-up from doing this. So how am I supposed to do anything of this? It's just madness. It's just madness. I don't have it. This doesn't give us a self. What do other views do? They don't have anything, and they just return a handle. Right? So this is supposed to be returning a handle to self. But it's making a window and not an element. But pop-up gives a handle to self here. Oh, you're supposed to use self and then, oh, right. I'm missing a bit here. We're supposed to go one of these, oh god, one of these, and then go .build on it. And then you take the context and you get the context. And then you've got a closure which is supposed to be all this. And pop-up window has a kind. But we don't have a kind here because we don't know what kind it is. Let's make this an option then. Right. And maybe go self dot. You see, but we don't even have. We don't have the kind. We don't know which type of pop-up window we're creating until we've raised the event that replaces the value in the pop-up window. It's just madness. We don't know. We don't know. Fuck's sake. Like, sure, I can pass it a lens, fine, but you know. I'm supposed to pass it a kind, but I can't pass it a kind from here because I'm not even supposed to be opening the window yet. I'm just supposed to be creating a binding that will open a window when we're supposed to do the maybe. Right, we completely failed to put all the state together and create a binding on that, so that never worked. We don't have access to self here, we don't have access to app data here, so I can't get the kind out of it. Can I pass it the other lens here? No, I already did that. I've already got that. Oh, this is so stupid. Do I use the lens here? But then I can't. If I use the lens here, I can't pass it into this. Okay, let's try. Right, the tab view. This is really annoying me. The tab view takes a lens. Let's look at one of these. Right. No, it doesn't. No, that's the example. This. There's an ignore option for a lens. I wish I'd found that earlier or known about that earlier, because where we had our state, when we had these things combined earlier, we could perhaps have added ignore onto the kind. Fine. Let's just stash all this rubbish. Git stash pop. Let's just put all this back. Unversion files. Just fail. Just fail. More fail. Okay, so what do we got? Let's create a branch. Right. Let's go back to that. And I don't recall what was in this. We've got pop-up window state. That's the one that I wanted. Right. Let's see if we can use this lens ignore thing on this. Why would we need that? We don't have a lens there anymore. So, you know, that's no good. Let's just pass the pop-up window over to it, right? And we've got pop-up window state over here. Match foo dot kind. It still just recreates the entire window. No, that was completely useless then, isn't it? I think I've had about as much of this I can take today, to be honest. 3.5 hours of this, I'm not getting anywhere fast. Yeah. Another day, another fail. Uh, more fail. Hmm. Yeah, you see, I've got the pop-up thing here, and then we've got all this down here. So, but it calls this method because this method is called, and it calls this method every time the binding changes. I don't think we should be cloning it at all. That seems stupid. This pop-up window state is a lens. Let's make it go pop-up window state enabled. I don't know whether this is going to be right. Dot then enabled. Right. But the problem then is you don't get the actual kind. So here we're going to go. See, it's just. What does this and thing do? There's this and thing here, isn't there? There's a then and there's an and. What does this do? Doesn't tell me. Does it require both lenses to be changed? So I can do a map, I can do a then, I can do an and I can do an or, and that's it. I'm going to map ref as well, but right. So I want to say when this changes, then look at this thing. Okay, let's try. Let's try this. Then you don't have kind here. Can we do this? Do we even know what this is? No. 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 Don't know what it's going to do now. Mismatch times. It thinks this is a pop-up window state. We don't have a pop-up. Pass in a new one. So we changed it from mapping stuff around and cloning things to doing it a different way. And it still does the same thing. You press a key and it recreates the entire window. How are you supposed to do this? How are you supposed to do it? So we've got this lens, and then we've got this kind of stuff, and you know, this is all rubbish. This is. Makes no difference. No, I don't know. I honestly don't know. This isn't set color here. Let's fix this. Fix the window title. Typing here breaks. Causes the window to be recreated. This is to do kind, right? I suppose this is new project pop-up. That's interesting. I only pressed J once and it came up with twice. What? Weird. Alright, anyway, it's a total fail. So, yeah. More failure. Right, I don't know how this is supposed to work. I need assistance. Git push. MakerPnP. Origin. Testing Vizia. Don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I honestly don't know how to make that work. I'm still online, yeah. Oh, hold on. The guy's piped up now, actually. Still online now. Let's see if we can respond. Trying to make a pop-up window system work, but when I type into a text box in the window is destroyed and recreated. Yeah. Trying to find the URL for the thing, for the repo. Great. GUI. Wait, this doesn't look like the right code. What's going on here? Pop-up window, app data, main. Make pop-up, yeah, no, that's the right one. Where's my code? I can't see it for looking now. Oh yeah, here we go. This. Yeah, don't know how this is supposed to work. I mean, it might be that we need to experiment with this pop-up window example, but honestly it's not really going to tell us much, because all of the events are inside this app data thing, which is, I don't want that. I don't want thousands of events at the app level. Like for each different type of pop-up window that I might have, of which there will likely be many, right? There's not just one, right? I want the implementation details of those pop-up windows to be self-contained. And there is only ever going to be one pop-up window at a time, right? So that's why we've got an enum. So I don't want my app event thing to have all the events for all of the different things that you might do in all of the different pop-up windows. No, that would be madness. We need to delegate the events and the event handling to the appropriate implementations of the pop-up windows. So in my thing, where I've got this binding, I'm binding on the pop-up window. And then a pop-up window is a pop-up window state. And we're supposed to be ignoring the kind for the purposes of the lens. So I can't build another lens from pop-up window state :kind, which is fine. All we're interested in is the enabled flag being toggled. But we don't know what this lens ignore thing is doing. Yes. Lens attribute, just ignore. The only thing we can do is ignore. So there's nothing else useful in there. Right. So the author is saying that wait, what? You can still pass the whole pop-up lens to the build method. Right, but perhaps we go then pop-up window state enabled, but I don't get a kind. I don't understand how to get the kind here. Because all I've got now is a Boolean. I don't have the kind. I don't have the kind. I don't, yeah, right, but I don't have the kind. Sure. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I mean, so he's saying the binding, the thing you pass here is what causes this binding code to run. Right, so fine. If pop-up window enabled is... Right. If the window is enabled, if... And then this is now enabled. Right. Which is a Boolean. Then somehow I need to get the kind. How to get the kind. Yeah. Sorry, he's saying use map. So we used map before, right? He's saying do this. So your map. Oh, you can call get on this. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, I didn't know you could do this. Okay. Does that compile? It does. Right, what happens now then? Oh, it works now. Okay, that seems to work. Interesting. Okay, let's do a commit and say less failing. Right. Right. I need a break. Yes. So apparently there was a magic rune that we didn't know. And that was basically the ability to do that. It wasn't clear that at any given time you can do that. What happens if you go... Wait a second. So we're passing app data pop-up window to this, right? Which is our lens thing, really. It's a, yeah, it's a wrapper, and we could set some generics and stuff up, sure. This enum here, this match thing here, I don't like this. Can we not go? This is pop-up window state kind, right? And we've got this pop-up window state, and we've ignored this at the moment, but I don't think we want to ignore this. Right. Let's see if we can do that so that we don't need to deal with the kind so much. Right, so now we've got this. Oh, we don't need to go kind. This should be kind now, which is an option. We don't really care about all the other ones. I mean, doing it like that's not totally hideous. But it's not particularly great having to create lenses like this. Can we map it? I don't think we can. Wait, hold on a second. So this method is called here, this lens is called here, and we know which type it is here. Wait a second. So we've got this, we've got a closure here. which is going to be the same for all the properties of this. So if we, for instance, added the path, right, can we now, no, because we still need to, we can only do it if it's an option. Right, this is horrible. What is this? Oh, there's probably like an import somewhere. Yeah, this. Is it that? We don't care that this is wrong at the moment, but I see. So it probably needs to be a string here rather than a path buff. And then we need to convert it to and from a path buff afterwards, I imagine. Yeah. Something like that. Now we need to handle some events. Got two things. Yes. keep it there for now. So we've got this. Why is this not coming up? That's weird. Why doesn't that appear? Why doesn't the placeholder work properly? Somewhere we create a show create project. Here it is. Path default, right? And this path here is just a string. So if we say test name test path, what happens with that other placeholder? Does it also break? Right, so we've got test path and test name. Clear that, no placeholder. Clear this, no placeholder. So yeah, the placeholders aren't working properly. Fix me placeholder doesn't display if the lens value is non-empty after clearing the text. The placeholder doesn't. How do you spell doesn't? Thank you. I did it one way and then I did it the other way. And right. Dear. Okay, we're going to see if we can also do something else over here with OBS for a second. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can make this happen. Oh, I think we need a transform. Yeah, there we go. I'm flipped. I can point that way now at the code. There we go. I've been meaning to do that for ages. Righto. Oh, well, at least we did something useful today, even if it's not any of this code, right? Okay, right. Good Lord. Right. Add path. Something like that. But I don't like these lenses. Let's see if the author knows about a better way of doing this. Let's see. He might. He probably does. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can find a better way of doing this. Right, I'm going to leave it there, folks. So, just remember, it's only software. How hard can it be? We'll find out on the next one. Alright, see you guys later.